Hello everyone, welcome back. First I want to apologize if you hear any banging or voices in the background. Yesterday we discovered that there was something... Well, that's gone. We discovered that the... Or not. Just trying to get it. We discovered that the dishwasher was broken, so... my dad is currently taking it apart, and now there's a corgi by my feet because the ball went missing because my sister threw it at her. Where is it? Holly, where is it? I saw it go behind the trash can. Maybe it's there. She was trying to go behind the Christmas corgi, but there's nothing there. Because I have it all blocked off. I don't know where the ball went. And Mom just got that ball back out from the corner by the peppermint face. Well, we have like 3 others. What? I think she just wants attention, not just ball. Is that the tennis ball that is just a rock? There's a tennis ball that if you drop it, it's just gonna go thud. Hello, Captain. Maybe she just wants belly rubs. Okay, so we are playing Genshin today just because I felt like it, basically. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is the barbecue thing. I think I got the best score on that one so far. Let's try heavy seasoning. See what we get from that. I wonder if I can like burn it. Because it has different sparkles here, maybe I can burn it. Oh, it is burnt. It is definitely dead. Okay. So don't burn it. What if it's slightly raw though? And seasoned mildly. Oh, sashimi? That was definitely raw. How about slightly in between? You know how it's like slightly off-colored? Like right here. Ooh, okay. Let's try burnt pufferfish. Seasoned mild. I don't know what I'm doing. This doesn't look like a pufferfish either. got that one before. Both sides are fully grilled with moderate seasoning. Didn't I try that before? I'm pretty sure I did. Heavy seasoning. If you guys haven't already, go check out Irene's Irene VT, and also check out her new song. God, I already forgot what it was. What's the song name? Starts with a D. Starts with a D. Can I check that real quick? She's doing a 15-hour stream to celebrate her song Detrimental. Here we go. Last time I saw them, they were doing a little bit of like talking. Ooh. After they played some Among Us and they played some Jackbox. So that's a lot of fun. Definitely go check that out at some point. I don't have anything like particular that I want to do today. I just wanted to play some Genshin. So, sorry if it's boring at times. I really want to play Genshin. No mail. I just checked my mail. There's nothing there. There's apparently a new event going on. Story quest, there we go. For Klee. So I've unlocked Klee in the story quests. What do I actually want to do today? How about work on some quests? We can try this again. I'm not sure how well that's gonna end up. Hallie, are you guarding me? She's just sitting next to me, not even looking at me. Are you giving me some sass? Yeah? Or are you just waiting for your ball to magically appear? She might be doing that too. Oh, I forgot to turn that off.
Quite busy recently.
There we go. so that doesn't keep popping up. Okay, we're going... Where? Over here. Last time they destroyed us, so we'll see how good we are. Because they were like level 55. One of my characters is level 60 now, so maybe we are slightly better. But we'll see. Oh. I need to switch my party around again. Yesterday was Zingling's birthday, so I added her to the group so I can power her up a little bit. But now we can go to like Noel or Tunyon. How about Noel?
As you wish.
So we have another hard hitter, basically. That's for Cryro, so might as well leave that as is. Okay. I hope you guys are all having a good day. I'm having a relatively okay day. What is this? This is a puzzle of some sort over here. Not sure if I can do anything about it right now. There's a whole bunch of sweet flowers around it. Investigate the Fatui's research. This is like an ambush of some sort. I might die. You guys aren't Fatui.
Swing blades! Yeah! Now prepare to be blown away! Is this an answer from this world?
That was easy. Okay, so the Fatui is actually above me. Apparently. Or inside the thing? Oh, they're inside. Right? I don't know. I don't know what that just activated, but I tried. Talk to Pat about recent conversation topics. Who is... Oh. So I'm not finding anyone? That's weird. Maybe they just didn't spawn.
There are so many talismans here. And some stacks of blank paper, too. What are they for?
Looks like they're copying the pattern on the talisman.
Paimon's seen this pattern before. But where?
Jade Palace?
Oh, Paimon knows! It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child? Suspicious.
It's not just a relic, but an interest at the Jade Palace.
Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the sigil of permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine powers. Maybe the Fatui are copying the Sigil of Permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? Whew, that sounds pretty dangerous.
Seems the Fatui are definitely up to something.
And the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye on Child, that's for sure. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhang Li soon. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Dihua Marsh. Let's go! Paimon hates being late.
So we're not done with Zhang Ling yet? I thought we were. Ooh, that's a lot of fruit.
Yeah.
Fruits can be used to make jam. And I like jam because then I can make hash browns. For some odd reason, that's how that works.
Windblade!
That was kind of cool. Let me get this Sealy over here first. Because yesterday I realized that I just need one more Sealy in Leeway to get an achievement done. Yep, Lithic died.
A reward on the road.
$105 achievements completed. Well, that's kind of suspicious looking. Nope. Oh, thank you. I'd rather not. Gangli! Gangli! No! There's so many sweet flowers around here.
Right on time.
Am I?
I myself only arrived moments ago. Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about with her?
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly.
Business people are always friendly when it suits their interests.
Yeah, her take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. She thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh, so you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even though Liyue and Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart, though they are both members of the Qixing.
I agree, the
Although she's
Fatui are
friendly,
always up to something.
There's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions.
Ningguang is highly intelligent, Ningguang is highly ambitious. I'm gonna say intelligent.
Yes,
She acts intelligent.
she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her then?
Why, Mora, of course.
Money! No surprises there.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't to be trusted.
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least.
No surprises there. It's always about money. And now they are trying to reproduce the sigil of permission.
No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui. Always be on your guard.
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting in Diwa Marsh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze lilies.
Glaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Eugene Terrace have some? Even Qingsa Village has glaze lilies. Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No, those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all.
They must be
Dihua Marsh
guarding
used to be full of glaze lilies. It is
by
a
the
sort
well.
of joyful flower that listens to human song. Before the Archon War, Dihua Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was flooded, turning it into the marsh you see now. Nearly all the glaze lilies were wiped out. Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few people know that glaze lilies may still be found in the wild. Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up the wild lilies and place the powder in a censer of everlasting incense. But I'll need your
True.
assistance in gathering these flowers.
Child is constantly trying to eavesdrop on Zhangling. Dongling. You mean you need me to pick them? So you need me to sing?
No, I need you to sing to them. Singing to the flowers will make them more fragrant.
So how good is your singing?
I can hold a tune.
Really? Why doesn't Paimon believe you?
Because I
We'll
haven't
only
done
know
it in
once she
front of
starts
you.
singing.
Once I start singing. I don't actually want to sing. At least not right now. I did it earlier, not now. Here's some blaze lilies. Suspiciously right over here. Oh, there's sweet flowers over there, though.
It's time to sing whenever you're ready.
Clear his throat.
Da 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 da.
Wait. Isn't that Barbara's song? Doesn't Barbara constantly sing that song? What?
What happened?
Lily loves
These flowers
music.
are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song for Mondstadt that
Oh
they
my
don't
god, stop
understand
freezing me.
Carolina?
Stop freezing me. Oh my god.
Time for retribution!
flowers.
Wind blade.
Why wouldn't they be critics? Everything in this game is a critic.
Those weren't glaze lilies. Glaze lilies wouldn't hit people.
Those flowers put up quite a fight.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Strange. These petals look interesting. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can of these petals.
So we're still gonna use them?
Well, that's nice and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Will they?
Unfortunately, no.
Ooh.
That's so lame.
Excuse me.
Hey, it's you
Are you
again.
searching for glaze
Found
lilies?
you.
Oh, hey, it's... What's her face? Paimon can't remember.
Greetings, Ganyu.
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name.
Yes, it says it right there.
That reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
Nope, we found the way on our own.
It isn't a secret, so perhaps you just assumed we knew?
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Something seems a little off about Ganyu.
The hard-working Ganyu. I haven't forgotten Ganyu.
She's acting different from the first time we met. Where's her serious attitude now?
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
So she's off duty.
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the gardens of the city?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry, we shouldn't have brought it up.
Is she purposely designed to look a little bit like a cow? She has like that cowbell and horns. I don't know. It also looks like she's supposed to have a ponytail, but there's nothing holding the hair in place. So it's kind of weird.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet.
I like
When
her
the
eyes.
Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard.
So that means...
Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7. The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. She is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing.
So let me get this straight. Venti is the only god from the original 7, and he just lost his power to who knows what? Oh, great. Great! That's amazing. Okay.
This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This is a little sudden. As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality.
She's an Adeptus?
Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
Huh? Did you just say as an Adeptus?
Yes, I am a mix of human and Chilean. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex Lapis and the city of Liyue during the Archon War. After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day.
Venti lost his power to another Archon? So, does that mean that other Archon is now Barbados, or is it still Venti? It's confusing me. Okay. So you have Shinlin, that explains the horns. So you're how old? That explains the forgetfulness. That explains the horns.
Let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies?
So you're telling me the horns aren't because you're only half human and half... Where are the horns from? Is it literally part of a costume to go with his bell? One of these days I'm gonna end up like cosplaying her just for fun. I have no idea.
I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself. Here, you may have it if you wish.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well. In fact, I sang a local Liyue ballad to it.
Wow, so you really know your stuff too. Thanks, Ganyu.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me, I should return to my work now. Good luck.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished. Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways than one.
Zhongling, you seem suited to working in agricultural development.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
I've had enough ventures in my life already.
How
Beginning
old
a
are
new
you?
undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time.
Okay. So he's just a powerless god. I get it. Kind of.
So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already seen it all. Alright,
He might
I
have.
think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
Where am I? What? That's a Fatui member, isn't
What
it?
happened? The city gate is swarming with Millilith and... the Fatui?
This atmosphere is highly abnormal. It seems as though something big has happened.
Hi, Zhongli.
We should ask around a little, just to be safe.
Hello, Felix.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
We can't just stand by and watch. Is there anything we can do?
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment. Consider your next course of action carefully, Traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Whew. Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse?
I'm trying to figure out what this O is for. Is it... Because chat's slightly behind me. Is that to, like, the conversation with Ganyu? Or with what's happening with the Fatui and the Millilith? I have no idea. So what did Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Child, that ginger guy? You know, Mr. More Money Than Sense. They're all the same person. Child.
Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him.
Is it?
He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do something really bad.
Probably.
But where could we find him now?
Anywhere.
Where would he go at a time like this?
There's only one place he would go. The funeral parlor currently fighting. I mean, yeah, because they're allies with the Fatui, so if something happens with the Fatui, the funeral parlor is gonna get hooked into it all the same. That's just how it is. Maybe, probably, absolutely. Explanation needed. I said that? I don't remember saying that. Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay. I say things without thinking about it. That's usually how this goes. I've learned that's how I'm the most entertaining I can be, by just saying things at random. Where is this Alice again? Oh, okay. We have to take a break within the next, like, 10 minutes so I can walk my dog. Just a brief warning. This is the gold house. I don't think have we been to the gold house? I don't think so. Why is this a fighting level?
Wow! This is the golden house? It looked impressive enough from the outside,
Look
but
at
who
all
would
the
have guessed that
Mora.
it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Tibet's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing.
Touch a single Mora and we're done for.
Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here.
Yeah,
But even
or else
if
we
we
would be
can't
in jail
take any,
or eaten.
we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true.
We better check on the Exuvia
Oh,
first.
right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened here?
They've been knocked unconscious.
Paimon smells trouble.
Yeah.
Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is alright.
It's literally right in front of us. We can see it from here. It looks fine. I'm waiting for something to pop up in the middle of this arena here. Because, come on, it's obvious we're going to be fighting something in the middle of the arena.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Isn't that Child?
Huh? Who's there?
If
Yeah,
you
it's
were
Child.
Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself.
This place you'd think she wouldn't notice every single piece of more here. We literally just finished talking about how Ningguang literally loves money. Hi, Child. Are we fighting you?
But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way.
It was like I was just in time then.
Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location.
Didn't seem very secret. It wasn't really hidden. I guess he doesn't. I'm looking, and I think there's a little bit, like, right there, but I don't know.
Don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
And I thought I liked you.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway.
I can kill you. How about that?
The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit.
I'm waiting for it.
Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Yes. Let me kill you.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she?
So you teamed up with the person that took the powers from Venti. Okay,
When
let me
she
kill you.
faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
I'm going to kill you.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle.
I am going to kill you, though.
Besides, you
Just
could never
because.
defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there?
I can never defeat you? You're completely delusional. Exactly. Perfect wording.
Fighting talk, I love it! Now let's see you live up to it.
I'm going to kill you. I'm level 60 and you're 42.
This chance is hard to come by.
47.
So show me all you've got.
Those
So very
flowers.
few ever get the chance to square
more-
off with the Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me.
Was more
and
of a
don't
challenge
you
than you.
dare disappoint. A clear shot.
Is that a whale? Stop teleporting so I can hit you.
Passable effort. So quick to flee.
Who said anything about fleeing from you?
Be gone!
Passable effort. Poor timing. Celestial Voyager! You've made some progress. Passable effort. Poor timing. Try this.
Retribution!
Not bad.
It's
not
water
bad.
versus
Not
fire.
bad. You've got a trick. Good.
Oh,
No wonder
he
Senora
healed.
was so wary of you.
He healed. Well, we can heal too, so. Oh well. Too bad for him.
Well, that just means
Wait,
I can
electric?
go all out. Brace
Yes.
yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger.
I can overload you. That's what I can do.
Raging Tide!
He put his mask on. That's cool.
You've got some skills.
5 o'clock alarm is going off. Let me turn it off, and after the battle, we'll take a break. There we go.
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive.
That was
But
easy.
that's about as far as you'll get.
Why do you think I lost? Ningguang? Or Zhengling? Dongling? Oh, he's there.
Didn't think you had that card hidden up your
How are you
sleeve.
flying like
You
that?
were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected.
Wait, where did the Geo
I'll
come
be
from
taking
though?
more
Was that me?
Gnosis now.
It's not there.
I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
I didn't do anything. We were stopping you from it. Oh, this is intense. Oh, did not see that coming. Now he definitely reminds me of Riku.
Not bad. But this is going to cost you! Yeah!
This is phase 2.
You got to the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose?
He's still level 47.
No matter. Hand the Gnosis over, now! Don't make me take it from you!
We didn't take it!
Verdict is...
Windblade! As a dutiful maid would. Prepare to be blown away!
Die here.
Windblade!
See, Lucas healing? How? He was in red a minute ago.
Windblade! Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 75. That's not right. I'll catch up. Steady as stone.
Oh, Noelle is healing them. Noelle is healing the whole group. He's combo she gets in.
I missed a spot. I must leave no stone
Die
unturned.
here.
If at first you don't succeed.
Oh my god.
There can be no
That kills Diluc.
Windblade!
Die here.
Some you win,
I'll let you off this
some
time.
you lose.
Achievement. So after this, I definitely need to take like a break to walk Holly.
Look!
But like, oh my
Child's back
god,
to
I need to see
normal
this. Is he?
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul
Oh my
legacy
God.
transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through.
What did you just type? I've been waiting so long for you to fight against Child because since he's a world boss, you can fight him every week on certain days. And there's a meme of it. Blink day, time for Child's weekly. Oh my god. So he. Oh, okay. That was easy though. So, what do I get in return? That's what I want to know.
And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be?
Because I'm collecting the powers of the 7 elements? Because I'm gradually restoring my former power?
You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
So we're rivals?
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Just like Kaya and Diluc.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
The corpses.
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyan's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, Do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission! Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Wait, so he just wants to lure Rex Lapis down to get this thing out of him, and to do that is to release a god. Is he gonna wait until Rex Lapis kills the god, or if you release a god that wants to destroy the world, wouldn't the world end up in destructions if you destroyed the only means to destroy that god? I'm confused by his plan. He sounds like a madman.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
So you want me to fight a god? Because you're gonna kill the actual god that's gonna fight that god. My dude, you are annoying and mad. Hello, god figure. That is huge.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Nira, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
This is about all I did not wish to battle.
Paimon's exhausted.
They look like giant axolotls. Is that just me?
If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
How did we end up on the Goat
What
Palace?
are you doing here?
Hello, Zhao.
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Qixing. Is the fighting over?
It's literally the Adepti. Zhao is here, Niguan here, Ganyu. Granny. I know, Holly, I need to put you, I need to walk you, but I need to get to
Faced
the
with a
stopping point
calamity of
first.
such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle.
Hello, Kuchi.
Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the
Hi,
power
Zhao.
of the Qixing, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is Not necessarily.
What? But all of you were supposed to be the guardians of Lilith. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Chi Sing did once research the matter of the Guizhong ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now. Yep.
This is epic. A whole bunch of the ballistas. I'm gonna assume
They're attacking the Guizhong ballista.
that we're gonna be attacking the Fatui with them. Or is this all just cutscene? Nope, it's not all cutscene.
The three Adepti are manning the Guizhong ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too.
We Adepti have not faced the god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you, one wishes to witness.
I miscalculated.
Be gone!
Where's the enemies? There.
Wingblade! Prepare to be blown away!
What is that?
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it.
Eyes out.
Be careful not to get hit.
Yeah, thank you for telling me this. Jeez.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
Burn!
The ancient god's attacking again. There are so many Fatui too. We can't hold.
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Hi, Granny.
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is adeptal energy. That light from your body. It's like the time of giant cars. Wow, it's Madam Pink's shockwave. This granny's really strong.
Qilin, I guard you against evil! Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might! I too did this during the Archon War!
Literally, the Adepti are lending us their powers to fight this battle.
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
Okay, thanks, Zhao. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing right now, besides avoiding the attacks.
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
You're back into it.
For retribution!
My work.
Exercise caution! I fear that the god's power has reached its peak!
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
Are you here to play?
Thanks for something. When you had planned.
The merrier. The systems shine.
This isn't good.
The Fatui's numbers are thinning!
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
Uh-oh. They doing Kamehameha. Did I do it? Because it looks like I'm falling to my doom. Oh, thank you, Zhao. You saved 1 Millilith.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista
I like
is
that.
destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
He's just gonna smash the god. So the June chamber is no more? Wow. That was intense, like insanely intense.
Is it finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
We're all on the same side here.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
When there is discord between the Guardians and those they were meant to defeat, harmony becomes very difficult to restore.
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the four winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
This is what we learned in the City of Freedom.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Hi, little girl.
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood
Captain,
is
did
weak,
you make a clip?
there is still strength
see
to be
the little
found in
marker.
those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
They've listened to what the people have said. They're trying to understand things from their perspective.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, conqueror of
Okay.
demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh?
You can say that again.
Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own, so Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death, too?
Finally!
Carmen doesn't get it. But
I have to go take my dog for a walk now, so I'll be back in about half an hour. Okay, be back. Okay. I am back. Oh my god, there's so many achievements. So I guess I can see if there is more quests.
Strongest lead.
Of course, isn't. If the fond for farewell that we've been waiting for. Look for Zhongli.
We have the Adeptiless Rite of Parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone. Let's ask for him at Wangshan Funeral Parlor.
Watch him be gone because Child's gone. I'm half expecting it. I haven't been in this part of the OA very much.
My life take a turn.
Oh, so I just received a warning from my dad to beware of water near my desk. What part of my desk, I have no idea. I know there's the laundry room that is directly above the other half of my desk, and the refrigerator directly above my current desk that has my setup on. So I'm not sure about like.
Should I save this money?
The dishwasher would be.
Let me tell you how.
Where would the dishwasher be? In the loft, maybe? I don't think it would be above my desk. And closest thing that would be above my desk was over where there's a stain where there's a light that doesn't have a light bulb in it. Alright, he's over here. Or at least the funeral parlor is. Hey, there's a chest though.
I suppose this will do.
Looking for Zhongli.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
He might be innocent enough in which he has no idea what's been going on. I couldn't believe that. I like how I fought Child and I'm still just.
You call this
things like I own
cooperation
it.
between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Ooh. Is that Senora? With Zhongling and Child? Oh, this does not look good for us.
Don't take it to
It is
heart,
Senora.
child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that.
So Zhongling is also on the bad side? What is happening?
Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the Harbingers?
Senora.
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
I still have time to take it back.
No, don't let her get to you.
Yeah, too late for that.
You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements. And our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle.
No, it wasn't.
So it might be best to keep things peaceful this time, seeing that 2 of the Harbingers are here.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on.
Zhongling tricked you?
So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
Wait. You were saying that Zhongli is Morax, aka Rex Lapis? So he's been preparing his own funeral this whole entire time? Oh my god. Oh my god. But he agreed to it?
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
So now Zhongli is also powerless?
How sanctimonious.
Zhongli... So we know Zhongli is Rex Lapis. We know Venti is Barbados. We know 2 gods that have given up their power, or forcefully given up their power now.
What? So you're the Lord of Chiao? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract, for it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and all of Liyue goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue.
So, were you satisfied with the final finale? I guess you had another plan in case it all burned down.
Indeed I was. The Gnosis, which I had kept for so many years, suddenly seemed to have lost its meaning. That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, Traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all!
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark!
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon, Liyue would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight?
We were both equally
Be
fooled.
that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Ah, fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
One day we
Now
will
then,
kill her.
Is there anything else you wish to ask me?
I'd like to know what the Cryo-Archon offered you. What could possibly be worth a gnosis?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
So he's not gonna tell us. Fine. Be that way. The Fond Farewell. After the dust settles, I didn't get to read the rest of that.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Talk to Patton about recent conversation topics. That's not the actual one. That was something else. That's for the other one. Follow the road up to Yunjing Terrace.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank.
Child.
I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
So now everyone's afraid of Child. But we got away.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible.
Child.
Yes, it's very possible indeed.
It's literally Child.
I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
So everyone's blaming Child for everything that's happened. What did he do in Mondstadt?
Hear ye all! The Qixing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not, and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors, or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said.
They said that Rex Lapis wasn't murdered.
So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything.
They are neighbors.
Did Zhongli
Mondstadt and
tell them
Liyue,
in
so it makes
secret
sense.
after his gnosis changed hands?
That's possible.
Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look.
Ningguang, Kuching, and
Look, it's Ningguang and Kuching. Are they saying something?
Ganyu.
Are their speeches over?
Or something like that.
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
So we're a hero
Qixing
yet again.
always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa.
They're literally trying to, like, pay us?
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
I did not expect the character to actually speak. About time. I've been waiting. Missing person posters? I'm looking for my brother. Oh, this time just, I'm looking for my brother. Wait, so I'm just talking to them? Yeah, talk to the people taking part in the rite. Ningguang.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made. I believe that future generations will say so too when our deeds come up for their review.
So they truly think that I'm a hero.
Why you? Were you just trying to look cool earlier, or are you really that selfless? If you were looking for someone, you could have just told me that in private.
Literally, they're just like, if you were looking for your brother, why didn't you just say so earlier instead of going through all this trouble?
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making an account of the rite. There's much that remains to be done. I didn't miss anything, did I?
Ganyu, you're so selfless. Look for Zhongli at the scene. Oh, he's over there. He's literally at his own funeral. Oh my god.
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Shinya kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Shinya kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
He was faking the money problems. Please be that.
You're right. I do like the Mora.
He wasn't faking it. Even this way, this entire time, but why would Morax lack Mora?
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
He never cared about money because he could make money. But while he was with us, he refrained himself from making money. Because now he can't make money. So now we have to pay for everything. Oh, Zhongli.
Oh, no wonder. Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you.
I don't remember him saying that he didn't know money was a thing. Oh, so he's making it sound like he's going to stop being Zhongling.
That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed.
Closed?
Yes. The nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
She.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
The Inazuma Shogunate? The Shogun?
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles.
Heaven.
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
So this is our moment to talk to him just like we talked to Venti. So about the trial, what about Child? As for the Liyue Xing... Now about Mora. Trial.
Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions?
Just like Ningguang.
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
About Child?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
As for the Liyue...
The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this.
Kuching.
Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti. Could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Now about Mora.
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo-Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
No.
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right, then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
There's nothing else.
Well, then. I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
So, we're going to go get some lightning soon, I guess. A new star approaches. A teapot to call home! Yay! I've been wanting a teapot to call home for such a long time. I don't have any Archon quests? What? Shocking. Oh, I haven't done the test runs yet. I should do that real quick. Okay, let's look at this character. Got the pigtails. She's kind of cute looking. Hero user. Ooh. I love that. I love it. Butterflies. That's cute. Fire.
Cross over!
Oh, don't make that noise, please.
Fire, fire, pants on fire!
Fire, fire, pants on fire. Fire, fire, pants on fire.
Cross over! Go!
She's relatively cute. I like how she runs. Toma. He's also a spear wielder.
Don't get too close. Supporting fire. Fire it up.
Oh, I'm frozen.
I got you covered.
Oh my god. Keep getting frozen.
Supporting fire.
Oh my god.
Don't get too close.
I'm not a huge fan of Child.
Fire it up!
Not Child, Toma.
Here's backup!
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Child either, but that's another thing completely.
Don't get too close! Supporting fire! Check this out! I got you covered! Don't get too close!
Alright, here's an ice archer that I seen Captain play with. She's cute. Like their little cat theme going on. She's an archer.
I'm here. On a rock.
Oh, with his little shield. Okay.
Pew pew.
Oh my god, what? What was holding me in place?
On a rock.
Don't meow. That's just weird. Alright, I'm not a huge fan of archers. I'm pretty sure that's noticed that. You guys noticed that before.
Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
I'd rather have a sword builder.
Look at you, Foozhound. Pew pew.
Dodge this. This minute will be frozen in time. For that. What's the hurry? Oh, so sorry.
Yeah, can't handle your drink. Huh.
Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little... Come a little closer. Come a little closer.
Dodge this.
There we go. Yeah. Choose one of the test runs. And then there's Sayu, which I have Sayu as a character, so I kind of know where she's at. Just me, or does this Sayu look a little different?
Gotta dash.
Sayu's wins.
Come on now. Yeah.
are you near me? Because it smells like you farted.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! You're toast!
Bye. Oh god. Aww, I have to do it all over again? Seriously? Because I fell. There we go. Okay, so test runs are done. Teapot to go home, there's a quest for that, and exploding population. I'm finally learning how to fish! Finally! Like, took forever. I kid you not. Took forever to get that quest. Wait until night? I don't want to wait. Let me get these small quests while I'm waiting, though. Because, who knows, maybe it'll work.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again.
Activate the quest over here. There's another one over here. Rex Incognito. Okay. Since I just don't like waiting. Beep. That should be nighttime, right? Yeah! Yeah, that's what I've been waiting for. Real fishing. It exists.
Buying or not?
Look, who is Mondstadt's strongest fighter? Is Is this me sticking my nose into D-Luke's business again? Because it might be. That might be what I'm doing.
Shame I only get to listen in from the other side of the window and don't get to join in the debate. I'd love to give my 2 cents.
Say what? What's up? What's up? Paimon wants in.
Recently, all the customers at the tavern have been debating the exact same topic. Who is the strongest fighter in Mondstadt?
The strongest fighter? Must be someone who can floor a whole gang of hilly churls with just one punch.
There must be far more to it than that.
Wow. Then it really must be tough to become the strongest of all. But anyway, is there like a general agreement in the city on who it is, or...?
Expecting people to come to a swift and straightforward consensus in the City of Freedom is like expecting fisherman's toast to drop out of the sky. Everyone's got their own opinion, backed up by a unique set of cherry-picked information. But let's be honest, that's what makes the discussion so impassioned and entertaining. Mainstream opinion is polarized, with most people supporting one of 2 candidates. One is the Dandelion Knight, the other is the Dark Knight Hero.
Who is the Dandelion Knight? And I know the other one is D-Luke. Anyone vote for me?
Oh, Paimon votes for you. But let's go into the tavern and talk to the patrons. Maybe we'll pick up some juicy gossip.
Who's the Dandelion Knight?
I do envy your life of leisure. But don't mind me, of course. I guess I'll just get back to work.
He's so sad. Oh, whatever.
Anything the knights can do for you?
Bye, my dude. Oh, and the missing poster. Person poster again. Enter tavern. Yeah, I just got to this. So no spoilers.
What'll it be today?
Who's the
The strongest fighter? I don't pay much attention to that sort of thing.
Huh. Paimon thought bartenders had some kind of special information sources.
Just like they have an exclusive supplier of wine?
Exactly! That's what Paimon was getting at!
I have no involvement in any intelligence gathering operation. But if you made me pick someone, it would be the Dark Knight Hero.
D-Luke.
I've heard some stories about him. Apparently, he once rescued a city dweller from the Abyss Order.
There it is! The barman's top secret intelligence! Speaking of the Abyss Order, their minions are really stirring up trouble all over the place, aren't they?
I had a feeling that you would know
Hey,
who the
amigo.
Dandelion Knight is.
Do you want to hear my latest composition? I put my whole heart into it, and also my soul. How about it, amigo?
Amiga. And who's the strongest fighter in Mondstadt?
The most macho in Mondstadt. She's a little girlie who wears red.
Wait, little girlie who wears red. Are you also talking about D-Luke?
That's right. I found this out one day about half a month ago when I went up to the Storm Bear Mountains looking for inspiration for my new song. Guess what happened?
What happened?
I witnessed the most powerful destructive force I have ever seen in my life. I'm telling you, it completely changed the whole landscape in that part of the mountains.
Holy moly!
I was hiding behind a bush and I saw this little girlie in red clothing running into the distance, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake.
So it's not D-Luke because he doesn't wear red.
But I don't know if anyone will believe me.
Now that you mention it, the idea of a tiny little girl wielding that much destructive power is a little far-fetched.
You want to know what I think? I think she has a treasure nobody else knows about. Maybe even the most powerful treasure in all of Mondstadt.
Did you say treasure? Did Paimon imagine that, or did you hear it too?
It's just a guess. I mean, no. It's a bard's razor-sharp intuition.
I don't buy it.
How can you say such a thing?
So, this girl, what's her name?
I do not know her name. I do not see her often in Mondstadt. Hey, I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me.
Doesn't sound like much to go on, but thanks for your intel.
Jack.
Hey, I'm doing some adventurers training. Alcohol tolerance training, to be precise. Want to join me?
Who's the strongest
You want
fighter
to know
in
who I think
Mondstadt?
the toughest fighter is? In my opinion, that would be the finest adventurer of them all, Stanley.
Who's
Guildmaster
Stanley?
Cyrus is up there with the toughest, too. But only Stanley can take on the bloodthirsty beasts of the Mare Javari.
Bloodthirsty beasts of the Marjavari? Sounds terrifying. Do you think you'd be scared if you were faced with one of those?
I'd beat it to a
Yeah! Bam! Wham! Pow!
Who the hell is Stanley? Who is Stanley? I don't remember Stanley.
Hi! Are you here to try Mondstadt's famous wine too?
I think Bruce is drunk. I don't think he'll give us a straight answer.
The strongest fighter of them all?
I think I'm right.
That would be Jean, obviously.
I know who Jean is.
Why?
That's what I'm
Grandmaster
asking.
Jean is so
Who the hell
strong.
is
She
Stanley?
can take out a ruin guard with just a few slashes of her sword. And she could wipe out the 3 hilly Churl tribes at Dada Upa Gorge all by herself. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a carefree existence with nothing to do.
It's true that Jean makes people feel they're in safe hands. Meanwhile, this guy is drunk as a skunk. Patton was right about one thing.
Everyone has an opinion.
If everyone's got their own opinion and can't be persuaded, how are we ever gonna find out who Mondstadt's strongest fighter is? Eureka! Paimon's got it! Let's go see what Jean says. Bet the Knights have got an official ranking table for this kind of thing.
What makes you so sure?
Come on! Let's just go and ask already. We'll never find out if we don't.
Maybe we can find Stanley on the way.
What would you like?
Who the hell is Stanley? Nimrod? I feel sorry for that dude. Got the short stick on that one. What's your name? Raymond. Okay. You're not Stanley. Sansa? Name? Herman. Names? Porthos? Athos. Oh my god. It's... it's the Musketeers. Wait, where's Amaris? You can't have Porthos and Athos without Amaris. I don't know why I felt the need to do that. Jean! It's been a while.
Oh, Master Jean! Sorry to bother you. We're collecting intel on the strongest fighter in Mondstadt. Do you have, one of those official Knights of Favonius verified ranking table thingies?
Strongest fighter in Mondstadt? Huh. I am sorry, but I cannot help. I do not have any relevant documentation on that topic.
Oh, well that sucks. Paimon was hoping she would at least make the top 5.
Well,
Although I do not have the data to make such an assessment, I will say that my faith in our honorary knight's abilities has never wavered. Which reminds me, recently one of the Abyss Order's mages has been active near the city, although he is keeping a low profile. If you are staying around Mondstadt, please be on the lookout for danger. Given your, well, high-ranking fighting strength, I trust you will be able to help keep the area safe.
Awesome! After she beats the Abyss Order, she'll climb up that ranking table faster than she climbs up all those cliffs!
Paimon, there is no ranking table.
Well, either way, smashing the Abyss Order to bits is the right thing to do!
Yes.
I like your enthusiasm. It is infectious. But be careful out there.
Huh? Little girl in red? Oh, this is Klee? That's the girl that we're supposed to be, like, having this mission on.
Are you alright?
It's supposed to be based on her. I like her elf ears.
I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Sorry for bumping into you.
She's cute. You dropped something.
Hey, look!
Explosion inside city wall. Grounded by thy woe, explosions can hurt people. June can be dreadful. Mondstadt be bombed. Klee be doomed. That is written like it's from Chi-Chi.
There's some writing on here. Explosion inside city wall. Grounded be thy woe. Explosions can hurt people. Jean can be dreadful. Mondstadt be bombed. Klee be doomed?
Yikes! Mr. Kaya wrote these down for me. They're, survival rules.
Survival
Kaya
rules?
is helping her?
Yeah. Rules that I must absolutely never break under any circumstances. Otherwise, something terrible would happen.
So, Kaya told her not to explode within Mondstadt, or else she'll be kicked out, basically.
Yep. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Klee.
Hello, Klee. My name is naynaytwitch.
And Paimon's name is... well, Paimon.
I've heard all about you guys. You're the honorary knight who helps Mondstadt.
Wow!
She's so
More
cute.
recognition, yay! Paimon is so happy right now.
I want this keychain over here. You guys can't see it. It's like a little rabbit with a long foxtail. With like a floor-leaf clover. It's super cute. I want it.
I heard it from Amber.
Now you can see it.
But wait, no. There's no time for this right now. I'm dealing with a big emergency. I grabbed my map and ran as fast as I could all the way here.
She is so cute. I want to hug her. Maybe it's worse being thrown out, but still, I want to hug her. What's wrong?
The treasure I buried in the Whispering Woods. It's gone.
Whispering
Did you
Woods?
say buried treasure?
A girl dressed in red.
And she has treasure. Seriously?
Jesus, Paimon.
Clay gets Six-Finger Jose's vote for strongest fighter in Mondstadt? What is wrong with people? Lost treasure is a big deal. Let us help you find it.
Yay! Thanks, you guys. Here's where the map says the treasure should be. I put a circle around it. I also put a wooden sign in the ground at the place where I buried it, to make it easier to find.
Paimon is starting to understand how this treasure went missing so easily.
Can I just point out all the little girls in this game is adorable and I want to hug them? There's Klee, there's Chi-Chi, there's Sayu, there's Diona. They're all so like small, I just want to hug them. They're so adorable.
Come on, Miss Honorary Knight, let's go.
Don't sway yourself like that. It's so cute when they do that. They're like little chibis already. Find the treasure trove in the Whispering Woods. Can I teleport there? Not really. I can teleport like halfway there.
La 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 la.
He is singing.
La 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 la.
Oh, that's
La
adorable.
la la la. La la la.
You're so
The treasure's gone, but you seem oddly happy.
Oh, well, Razor and Albedo seem really busy recently. So Klee must not disturb them. But now Klee has new friends. I never thought I'd have a new big sister to help me. I'm so happy.
It said new friend on the bottom?
Yeah.
But Klee said new big sister. Oh, that was adorable. She called me big sister. Oh, I got called a big sister. That's adorable. Okay, so I need to find the treasure. It looks like right there. Oh, I need these. Talk to Klee.
We're here. This is the place. Look, this is where my huge treasure was buried.
And where there's now a huge empty hole in the ground.
Wait, who's that over there?
It's an abyss mage! Hey, maybe he's the one Jean was warning us about. What's that in his hand?
It looks like a bomb. A rabbit-shaped bomb. Here. Oh, that's amazing! I love them both. I want them both to be in the same team with each other. Imagine fiery tornadoes. Oh, I love it.
My treasure!
What?
I see the little girl has brought her friends with her. Time for a change of plan.
You left the treasure.
If you think you're so tough, get back here and fight!
After him.
What's an abyss mage? I play in the forest all the time, but I've never seen one before. He looks so cute, soft.
Game's up! Now hand it over!
Oh, you fools think I would give this up so easily after what I've been through to acquire it?
Windblade! Windblade!
Speaking of Sucrose, why don't Sucrose helps her sister out, huh?
Animal hypostasis emulation!
Careful, Klee. Don't be drawn in by it. Abyss mages are the bad guys.
Oh, that's right. Grandmaster Jean says that stealing is
Maybe
wrong.
Okay,
Don't break my glasses.
Sucrose, step out for a sec.
Be gone! Windblade! Windblade!
La la
What?
La 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 la.
Just happened?
La 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 la.
Oh, shoot.
La la la.
I have to do it all again?
The treasure's gone, but you seem oddly happy.
Oh my god.
Well, Razor and Albedo seem really busy recently. We're here. This is the place. Look.
And where there's now a huge empty hole in the ground. It's... What's that in... What?
Oh my god, I have to do this all again.
I see the little girl is brought.
Hey, you!
I didn't know it was possible. But it looks like we have to focus on this mission, and then we can do like daily missions and all that.
Before. He looks so cute.
To the burnt ground.
Game's up!
Oh, you fool.
Stand clear. Animal test 60. Yeah, swirl, mark 2. Steady as stone, as a good knight should. Careful, Klee. Don't be drawn in by it. Abyss mages are the bad guys.
Oh, that's right. Grandmaster Jean says that stealing is wrong.
Freeze!
Girl's lucky she didn't come alone. Otherwise, I...
Time for return.
But if we could just get him to give it back.
Where'd he go? The Abyss Mage. He just disappeared.
Right
What's
here.
going on? A gateway to a domain! The Abyss Mage must have snuck inside!
Then he has no way out.
Klee, do you need a rest? Why don't you wait here while we get your treasure back for you?
No, I'm coming with you. It's my treasure that Mr. Fluffball stole, and it's up to me to get it back.
She's calling the Abyss Mage Mr. Fluffball. That is adorable.
Don't worry, Klee is a big girl. Come on, Miss Honorary Knight, let's go.
She is adorable. Oh my god. Wait, I just realized I am Klee right now. Oh, and look, the F button is a little explosion rabbit that the Abyss Mage stole. Oh, and she's a Callister. Those explosives. Let's try her out. She's so cute. Oh, it's a big bunny. Big exploding bunny. Oh look, they're like little explosive mines. That's adorable.
Da da da! Da da da!
I can't climb. There we go.
Yeah!
Oh my god.
La la la! Yeah! Dumpty dumpty! Yeah! Boing boing Yeah! Dumpty dumpty go! Blazing delight! Ha-da-da-da! Hi-ya! Ah! Ah! Woo! Hi-ya! Woo!
I like how explosive she is.
Da da da!
I love it.
La la la! Da da da!
What is this?
Woo!
Laser? There's a laser. She's short enough to get underneath beams. She's adorable. Oh, she's so cute.
Dumpty dumpty go! Yeah! Boing boing go! Hi-ya!
Wait. So, little sister, bigger sister. Oh, I see the resemblance. It's so cute. Oh, I love it. That looks pretty.
Dumpty dumpty go! Blow them all up! Woo! What did you do that for? Da da da! Woo! Yeah! Hi-ya!
I'm so excited to meet Sucrose. I
You
kid you
followed
not.
me. I must say, I'm impressed.
I really want to meet
But
Sucrose.
this is as far as you will get.
Oh yeah? What are you gonna do?
Oh, The human proclivity to gossip has provided us with everything we need. We learned that your little red friend had in her possession the most powerful treasure in all of Mondstadt. That treasure is now in my hands.
Watch it just be a stuffed animal of a bomb.
Now your precious treasure shall be your undoing.
No, no, wait! Don't touch it!
Oh, how you fret now your predicament is finally clear to you. Now, what have we here? A flame symbol.
Well, the Abyss Mage is now dead?
No! I broke the survival rules. Explosions can hurt people. Jean can be dreadful. This is it. This time, I'm done for.
Shall we go tell Jean that the Abyss Mage
So
is dead
Klee's
because of her?
treasure is a bomb?
That was epic.
No wonder Klee was rumored to be the strongest fighter in Mondstadt. Paimon, for one, is never picking a fight with her, ever. Hold on. Why has she gone and run off?
Something to do with Jean?
Seems like it. Well then, let's head to the Knight's headquarters and report to Jean.
Prepare to be blown away! Wingblade! I'll keep this close.
There's a chest out there.
I'll keep this close.
One day, boom, no more Chinese laundry. I don't get it. I'm gonna say that straight up. I don't get it.
Klee? You're here too?
I turned myself in.
Huh?
I don't remember that line. I watched Atlantis multiple times. I do not remember that line.
My bomb. I hurt someone. I broke the rules. I'll never see the light of day again.
Klee, I need you to answer me. You said someone was injured. Where are they?
Wait, there's been a misunderstanding.
Why is that?
The person that Klee blew up was an abyss mage.
But Mr. Fluffball was only a thief. He didn't deserve to blow up.
Hey, come on now. Paimon already told you that the abyss mages are the bad guys. And actually, they're the worst kind of bad guys you can imagine. They don't just hate the good guys, they hate all people. Their enemy is humanity itself.
Mr. Fluffball was a bad guy on purpose? Mr. Fluffball is the enemy of humanity. What?
So cute.
What? I don't get it.
This was an oversight on my part. I did not tell you these things before because you are still young. In fact, the Abyss Order is a hostile force in Mondstadt, which has been unusually active lately.
Because of Mondstadt's most powerful treasure?
Aha! That's it! Paimon understands now! They were tracking down poor Klee because they heard rumors about her treasure. Just like the way Paimon's first reaction was to try and get her hands on... to try and get the facts on the treasure.
So, does that mean?
In light of your contribution on this matter, I will allow you to take part in the next Ludi Harpastum.
Ludi Harpastum? Whoa!
I'm so happy for
Honorary
you.
Knight, you've gotta come too.
Whoop-de-doo! It's a happy ending!
Except...
Except what?
Klee, where did you hide the treasure to begin with?
I
Were you trying to blow up the fish in Starfell Lake again?
I wasn't! I swear I wasn't.
She's giving us that look that means play along.
Uh-oh, Jean noticed it too.
Klee?
I'll see myself to solitary confinement.
Oh my god.
Paimon bets Klee must get bored in there all by herself.
Oh my god. She's just so used to being in solitary confinement. She's just walked herself there. Why do I have a feeling that Sucrose is also there? Wait. Where am I going? Over here? This is solitary confinement right here.
Guess who?
That's Paimon's voice I hear.
Need help busting out of this joint? Need a bite to eat or anything?
Ooh, yes, please. Wait, no, I can't. Klee needs to be a good girl and think about what she did. Stop tempting me.
This isn't worse than being sent out of the city. This is just detention. This is just being grounded for her. It's like Gina's her mom.
Anyway, while I'm grounded, I'm making an extra special new treasure, the Ludi Harpastum version.
Exactly. While I'm grounded, she's not actually like in jail, but she is, you know?
When you say treasure...
I made it into the shape of a harpastum and everything. It looks so cute.
You disguised a bomb as a harpastum? So another
Just
bomb?
wait for Ludi Harpastum. Oh yeah, they're gonna love it.
Yeah, I can still see this being grounded in detention, not just jail.
Yeesh, if Jean was listening to this, Klee might find herself grounded for an awful lot longer.
Oh, that was cute. No Archon quests, no story quests. There's the daily missions.
Please be quiet.
Defeat all opponents and destroy their roadblocks. Okay, I can do that.
Prepare to be blown away!
Hi, Anthony. News Traveler. You gave me tea. Ooh, lilies. Oh, hi, Holly. I see you have your bone. Destroy the Helichurl towers.
Right. Wingblade!
Ding. What's the ding? Darman Studios. That's the ding. all opponents. 5. Shouldn't be too hard. It's not like we're in Liyue and it could be like rune hunters. Maybe the potato.
Burn!
Stand clear. Animal hypostasis emulation.
Leave it all to me. Time to clean up.
Paul's not built for the enemies that are 5 levels higher than she is.
That's going back in the wash. Steady as stone.
Ooh. Got one of those blue ones from those guys. Talk to Catherine in Mondstadt. Okay.
Traveler, please, over here. It has been a while since you joined the Adventurers Guild. Are your adventures going smoothly?
I'm recruiting new allies.
Is that so? Apart from your own skills, reliable teammates are also indispensable when adventuring. Another person to count on is always good after all. But recruiting such dependable companions is no easy matter, is it?
Yep, and it's even harder to get a guide as good as Paimon.
Ah, yes. I do have some information that may be of help to you. Let me consult our records. Ah, there it is. There's been a certain blonde stranger who arrived in Mondstadt lately, dressed in most unusual clothes.
Blonde. Dress is all funny. It feels like Paimon's heard this one before. Wait, do you mean...
Could it be?
Does that stranger's face look anything like hers?
Like the honorary knights? No, they couldn't look more different. This stranger is a very tall man, and even has an eye patch.
So, some distant relative of Kaya's then.
Seriously? How does this have anything to do with Kaya? Eye patches can't prove that you're related anyway.
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so I can't say that I know anything about the relationship between him and Mr. Kaya. Nonetheless, you can look for him if you're interested. Perhaps he might accept your commission instead. After all, it is not uncommon for some adventurers to not want to be limited by the guild, but be happy to accept a fellow adventurer's requests. And should the stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey.
But if he's already rejected the guild...
Please don't talk down on yourself like that. You are the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius, after all. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the bards in the city, even now.
Well, alright then, about that stranger...
Well, as to further news about him, you may want to ask Mr. Lawrence. He stands guard at the city gate, so he may know something about that stranger.
I still don't know
I wish you
who Stanley
every success,
is.
adventurer.
I just realized that I still haven't figured out who Stanley is.
Ad Astra Ab... thank you for completing. Ad Astra Abyss.
Oh, so close. So... Still haven't found... Wait, you're Stanley. We found Stanley! Look at him. Apparently he's the strongest guy around. Let's talk to him. Stanley, Stanley, your name shall never be forgotten. Why are you repeating your own name? Oh, you heard that? It's nothing. I simply laminating the past, laminating a friend that has passed. That's exactly what I'm doing. Why would I lie about it?
No wonder you're a master.
He's weird. Okay. I don't like Stanley. Stanley, wake up. Bums it. I didn't know he was sleeping. I thought he was just
Honorary
mumbling
knight.
to himself.
Is something the matter?
So I'm looking for a stranger with an eye patch.
A stranger with an eye patch. Let me think. Oh yeah, I remember seeing someone like that. A blonde stranger dressed in unusual garb. He was wandering all over Mondstadt at first, which I found rather
like
suspicious. So I decided to keep an eye on him for a while. I lost him pretty quickly. Still, I didn't think that this was such a huge matter that we needed our outrider to pursue him by air. As long as Master Jean is here, there's nothing to fear from some suspicious, unusual-looking person.
So Amber's keeping an eye on him?
Might be true, but if it were up to Jean, she'd take this way more seriously.
That is true. But on the other hand, knowing that Master Jean may overreact to the situation is all the more reason to not tell her, no? Anyways, oh yeah, he was at Wagner's smithy for a while before I tried telling him. He might have said something to Wagner. You should go ask him. Maybe he has more news about our stranger.
A guy with an eye patch. Blonde hair is walking around.
What? You need something?
I'm looking for a stranger with an eye patch.
I remember him. He showed up a few days ago asking to buy a bunch of forging materials. Can't say I've heard of any of the materials he mentioned, though. He then had a look at the weapons in my shop before leaving. I've heard that he can be found drinking at the Angel's Share. If the Knights or the Guild want to get hold of him, that's the only place to be.
The Angel's Share? Well, Master D-Luke probably has his eye on that stranger too then.
Probably.
Anyway, let's go to the Angel's Share and have a look.
Hard work is all.
Why wouldn't a stranger go and get a drink in town? Sounds like D&D. Huffman. Charles.
What will it be? Grape juice or apple cider?
Another day. Another lack of alcoholic options.
Hey, Charles! Have you seen a blonde stranger who wears an eye patch around here by any chance?
That I have. He comes here every night. Just a drink, though. Doesn't order anything else. He even sometimes mixes his own drinks after he orders them. I don't know anything else about him, but from his selections and mixes, I'd say that he's quite the connoisseur.
And what's Master D-Luke's opinion?
Why, I just gave it to you. Quite the connoisseur.
Investigating everything as always. Guess that's D-Luke for you.
If you're looking for that gentleman, he ordered some new bottle of wine in advance yesterday, so he should be here today too. There's too many raucous patrons on the first floor, so if you want to wait, best to go to the second.
Go to the second floor. a seat next to the railing.
Ah, welcome, sir.
Oh, he
the
looks
wine that
weird.
you previously ordered is here.
Who is he? He looks like a harbinger. He literally looks like a harbinger.
He's really here? Let's go downstairs and have a look.
There he is.
Come, my friend. Why?
You're a close friend. I can't give up.
Hi, I'm an adventurer with the Adventurers Guild. How do you do? I'm an honorary knight of Favonius.
He's got no intention of paying us any mind, huh?
He doesn't have an eye patch, he has a mask. So, I'm a traveler.
A traveler, you say? Why are you traveling?
I'm looking for my lost relative. Look at his eyes. That's a piercing gaze.
Well, that's as good a reason as any. Sit down over there, then.
So, guess we've broken the ice. What a weird guy.
That little one beside you.
Emergency food. My best chum. Emergency food.
That's not true, and you know it.
Hey,
It's indeed a good thing to have someone accompany you on your travels.
I missed my first chance to say it. I got my second chance. Let's go.
My name's Dainsliff.
Dainsliff?
I suppose you have some business with me?
Dainsliff. Dainsliff. An interesting name. Well, I was hoping to invite you to venture with us.
Sure.
Huh?
And he was so cold just a moment before. Paimon's got a bad feeling about this.
But I will require advance payment.
Payment, you say?
500 mora, and 3 answered questions. The 500 is a one-time fee, and we'll settle the questions in a moment.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Well, now Paimon's got a really bad feeling. That kind of compensation can't be right.
Well, here's the 500 mora.
Thank you. Now, as for my questions, I'd like you to answer them here and now.
Do I need to answer them all correctly?
The answer to a question says nothing about right and wrong, only about differences in attitude. I only wish to know what your choices are. You need only answer.
Well, alright.
Question 1. The crisis Mondstadt faced was resolved by an alliance between yourself and that Animo Archon who calls himself Venti. Who, in your view, was the key to ending that crisis?
How did you know that Venti is...
I know everything that I should.
Jeez, okay.
Well, answer the question.
It was Venti, it was me. The unity of Mondstadt's people gave us the victory.
Is that your answer? I see. Question number 2. Rex Lapis, who has defended Liyue Harbor for millennia on end, used his gnosis to lay down a contract to end all contracts, of which the stipulations are still unknown. Who do you think will defend Liyue Harbor in the future, now that they've lost their deity?
The Adepti, the Liyue chasing everyone in Liyue Harbor.
So that's your answer? I see. Now for my final question. This world has people who gained visions, and those who did not. Which of the two do you think hold more importance in the eyes of the gods?
Perhaps none of them do.
So, this is your answer then? I understand. As I thought, you really are similar to him.
Is he talking about my brother? I hate these questions. They make me so uncomfy. Same! But I think he's talking about my brother. What do you mean him?
I'll take that
Bowkeeper?
500 mora. And now I also understand your views on this world. As we agreed, you may now commission me. That said, I only take commissions related to the Abyss Order. Like you, I am currently on a journey. You intend to find your sibling, while I wish to oppose the Abyss.
Well, I have met some Abyss mages in the past.
Ugh. Those creatures that serve the Abyss are the fangs and claws by which the Order spreads chaos in this world. I have come to Mondstadt this time while on the trail of an Abyss Herald.
An Abyss Herald?
An even more twisted abyssal being. One that commands the Abyss mages.
Come to think of it, since the Storm Terror incident ended, we haven't...
Oh, that's right! We've just been fighting against the Fatui and Liyue, who are human too! We haven't encountered the non-human Abyss Order at all!
There's some reason behind that, I'm afraid. It's possible that they may have been under orders to avoid your path.
Oh, that does sound pretty dangerous. Maybe they're looking for a better time to ambush us or something.
I'll defeat them.
Uh-huh! We're super duper strong!
That manner. It's just like his.
I swear, he's
Well
talking
then,
about my
let's
brother.
go see for ourselves, shall we? According to the leads I have on hand, the Abyss Order has re-infiltrated the Temple of the Falcon.
I just want to mention, this is not a story mission, this is not an Archon mission, this is just a world mission. It is marked as not important. But this sounds important to me. This is weird.
Let's meet up at the temple. Perhaps your questions about the Abyss will be answered there.
Even if you are a close friend.
Temple of the Falcon. There he is. Hello.
This abandoned temple does bear some marks of the Abyss.
What the hell was that noise? It sounded like... Excuse me? And now it stopped. I had no idea what that noise was. Can you not?
The Falcon of the West. Though it can soar in the wind, it ultimately does naught but hover under the light of the gods.
What is that sound? It has to be like a bird or something. I don't know what that sound is. What are you talking about? Oh!
Oh, it's nothing. Let's head inside.
Found it. Hi, crane. That crane is really close. The fact that it's not flying away because I'm literally standing here is another thing entirely. Boop. Oh, now it flies away.
My demon expelling mantra is ready.
Just in case. Okay. Continue exploring.
The scent of the Abyss is getting stronger. It's not far now.
Paimon wonders what the Abyss Heralds look like. Do they look something like the Abyss Mages?
Let's head further in first. If we do see that creature, that'll spare me the explanation either way.
Prepare to be blown away!
Time for retribution!
Wolf hook.
Time for retribution!
What is this? I don't know.
Damn you!
Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 74. Stand clear.
One with my blade, from whence you came. Swift, one with my blade.
Damn you! Burn!
Windblade.
Just a few Abyss mages? Seems like that herald might have already left.
Could you tell me more about the Abyss Order?
The Abyss. It is chaos, and it is also destruction. It is a morass of inconceivable madness that encroaches upon this world's very foundations.
Okay, I have this guess. So, As you know, the twins were brought into this world. The sister and the brother. The sister has a guide known as Paimon. And look, Paimon has a galaxy cape. What if the male twin has this as their guide because of the galaxy cape? It's possible.
That is why even the Dragon of the East, a servant of a deity, was unable to resist its corrosive powers. And the creatures of the Abyss desire nothing less than the overthrow of a world ruled by the Archons.
You seem to know a lot about the Abyss, Dane.
Well, we do have some history. I suppose that's as far as chit-chat goes. We should head to Wolvendom. Judging by the traces I'm following, their next appearance may be within the territory of that old wolf.
No.
Perhaps we may find our Abyss Herald there.
I don't like it there. I don't like it there. Why are these little world quests so hard to do? Am I wrong? They are difficult. I can't teleport there, I have to walk there.
Well, we're in Wolfendom now. Think Dane's waiting for us up ahead? We should meet up with him quick, in case the wolves decide they don't like him.
Oh, he's up there. At least I hope he's up here. Yep, there he is. He has one
Lord
of those fires.
of Wolvendom, great Wolf King of the North, sharp of fang and keen of claw, and yet dwelling here only.
You're familiar with that wolf?
No, nor does it know me. I only know these things because a previous traveling companion of mine once wanted to hear its story. All right, let's go
It's
see
her
if that
twin,
Abyss
isn't
Herald
it?
has stopped by here.
Wanted to know about the wolf.
But where do we begin? Are you standing here because of these strange bonfires, Dane?
Indeed. See that, floating above the flames? It's an abyssal spell. Knowing what I do of the Order's habits, they've probably left similar marks behind elsewhere. Let's have a look nearby.
It does bring up the question of how the main character's twin got separated from their guide. Look for clues related to the Abyss Order and Wolvendom. What exactly am I looking for? I see the circles on the map now. Oh look, it's another one of those.
There's another one of those bonfire spells. Looks like the Abyss really has been around here. Yikes! Where did these monsters pop out from? Let's clear them out, and quick! Windblade! Prepare to be blown away! Windblade! Windblade!
Wee. Now wee. Now wee. I see it.
Do you think that those monsters by the bonfire are under the Abyss Order's control?
Well, of course they are.
Scary. Let's beat them up first.
Time for retribution!
Animal Test 6308. Swirl, Mark 2. Stand clear.
Well, why is there two?
Absorption test.
I just realized I need to switch over
I need to
Jin-Young
make adjustments.
and Noelle. Because Noelle actually heals as she attacks.
Spirit Blade! Attack!
Jin doesn't heal as he attacks. I'd like to do that. Plus, Noelle has all the art
One
attacks.
with my blade!
Whew, that's that. Let's go check out that bonfire.
And I think while we are paused, we should take our small break so I can bring the dog outside real quick.
As you wish.
So I'll be back in a few minutes.
Looks like this bonfire's also got something to do with the abyss.
Sucrose is pretty much dead. I have nothing to heal her with. Besides some fruit that I'm just saving for jam. Hopefully he doesn't have us fight the wolf, because I will die.
Have you finished searching?
I don't know how to use Barbara very well, so I'm just gonna deal with it. I found lots of signs of the Abyss Order.
I searched around these parts and found some signs myself. But they were left behind by Abyss mages, and there was no deeper abyssal power to them. It seems that even an Abyss Herald would not wish to make trouble with the Wolf King of the North. We should leave as well. If there's anything praiseworthy about that old wolf, it's his territorial nature.
But now we're out of leads. Are we going to have to give up?
No. There is one more place we can go. Let's get a move on then. I'll wait for you at Storm Terror's lair.
Okay. Storm Terror's lair. Okay. Hey, there's a chest. Oh, okay.
Is this an answer from this world?
Oh, there he is. Just standing on the bridge. Yeah, he is. He's trying to.
I've heard
pretty
about
much
what happened
measure
to
me
you
out.
during Mondstadt's crisis. When you came, this place was known as Storm Terror's lair. But I suppose that this place is more lair than Storm Terror at this point. In fact, if my memory serves, this ruin has had largely nothing to do with that dragon for a long time. The first time I laid eyes upon the ruins of old Mondstadt, the dragon of the East had yet to fall, much less come to nest in this place.
Huh? But Paimon remembers that Dvalin first got in trouble hundreds of years ago.
Don't think too much about it. Do you remember the light actuators that once sealed this ruin? If the Abyss Order is interested in this location, then they will not neglect those mechanisms. Let's go see what the situation is at those light actuators.
They both have galaxy capes and they both are in the galactic guides. They gotta be there for the twins. Just one of them got separated from their twin. It has to be.
Look! There are lots of monsters gathered over there.
I'm like, I just want to climb one of these pillars so I can get to the top. Oh, I'm gonna die. Look at that. At least for now.
Be gone!
I must leave no stone unturned.
Windblade! Prepare to be blown away! Windblade!
Oh, come on.
Steady as stone.
Windblade!
Leave it all to me.
Verdict is...
I must leave no stone unturned, as a good knight should. Someone needs...
Windblade! Be gone! Windblade!
Oh, so in the end, we still couldn't find that Abyss Herald. Bummer.
It's completely suspicious, so...
I wouldn't call
Quite a
not
shame.
having to gaze upon such a creature a shame exactly. Still, I do believe that you will come across one eventually.
No, you're right. If it's a really powerful monster, it would be best to go around it.
How good it would be if all perils one encounters in their journeys could simply be solved by going around them.
You seem to be familiar with journeys.
Once upon a time, yes. I simply have experience from adventuring together with that traveling companion.
You know, Dane, you keep talking about that person this and that person that. Where are they now, anyway?
He
It's a
no
he!
longer travels. I'm afraid that traveling can be too exhausting at times.
Oh, is that how it is? Well, why are you traveling alone then?
I still have some things left unfinished. Once they are done, I too will return home to rest.
Yep, and it's good to have a home to come back to, isn't it? We camp out a lot when we travel. Hey, once you find your sibling, we should find a place to stay too, shouldn't we? Mondstadt's Fisherman's Toast is pretty tasty, but Liyue's Wanmin restaurant is great too. Either way, we should settle down in a place where there's good food.
Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, I think.
Home. Well, it won't be too late to think about where you stay once your journey reaches its end. While you're still traveling, you should...
I sensed something familiar on that cliff.
Huh? What's familiar?
I felt it for a moment, the previous time we came here too.
A familiar feeling, you say? It could be someone you know well, or perhaps a monster.
Could it be the abyss?
Whichever it is, we should see it for ourselves, and thus see clearly. We can reach the top of that cliff from over there. Let's go.
So literally,
damn,
it might
was
be
really
my
fast,
brother
doesn't
staring
he?
at me from the distance.
Let's use that wind current nearby to catch up.
Knew there was one there. Let me get that first. You agree with what? That it could be my brother? Watch a BT Luke or something. But a little side mission involving my brother? That's a little odd.
Can you still sense that familiar feeling that you spoke of earlier?
It's nearby.
But it doesn't feel like there's anything around here. No monsters, no people, nothing.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about this place. It doesn't look any different from the last time I was here.
You've been here before?
My traveling companion brought me here on our previous journey.
So, Dane, what about you? What's your favorite place?
Me? I no longer remember. I merely followed my traveling companion around on that journey. That's all there was to it.
Just like Paimon does with me.
Huh? A ruin guard's footprint. A ruin guard was wandering around here?
Why was it... Why is that weird?
Peace to be found, even for a single dandelion.
Why is that weird? Cutscene? That event happened here?
What's gotten into you? You were just spacing out.
I could feel him.
You mean your brother? But how could that be? You only touched that dandelion for a second.
Yes, the moment I touched it.
Perhaps that dandelion bears some sort of scent that only you recognize. As for why, has it perhaps experienced something related to you?
You're saying some real confusing stuff. Paimon doesn't get it at all.
Regardless, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Do not rush. Vexation and anxiety are the enemy of rational thought. Your journey has only just begun, has it not? At least you now know that he is still on this world. At this time, the most important thing is the journey to find him itself.
And I will find him.
Yes, and this is something you must keep in mind as the meaning behind your journey. May you find your kin at the end of that journey. Well then, let us part ways here for now.
Huh? You're leaving? Already?
Only for now. Don't worry. We will meet again.
I know, it was in the world
After
missions.
all, I did take 500 mora and those 3 answers you gave me.
He knows about the sibling. He knows what happened here. It was like he was trying to bring back my memories of my brother to remind me, like, this is why I'm here, to try to save him. Because this is his guide. He got separated somehow. Oh, venturing 33. And look what just unlocked. The next Archon quest. A character is currently involved in other quests cannot join this quest. So, what is it? Lon. I need to free Lon from another quest. And I can continue the main quest. What the heck is that? A gadget. Of course, it's gonna be at the one that I don't have. Ooh, I went up in reputation at Leeway. After we end, I might be doing some powering up, but nothing super important. I won't be doing like quests and stuff. I just want to do some powering up, so when we do quests on streams, it'll be easier. Because obviously it's easy when one of my main characters is level 60, but it's hard when the rest are level 40. There's a quest down here. Or up here. It's down there. Oh no, it's over here. Can't do it all in combat though. Oh my god, I didn't even come near you. I can defeat them and then I can... Lucky ferret. Mini ferret. It's right there.
Windblade!
Prepare to be blown away! Windblade!
Treasure map? Wait, what? Oh, I need to... I'm playing a game with him? I need to look for him. Oh, there he is. Oh my god, get off the tree. Oh, there he is. Oh, there's a passed out puppy next to me. I guess it's best out of 3.
A reward on the road.
Oh my god, stop jumping onto random things. What? How am I supposed to find him in 2 seconds? I didn't know they were all combined. So I'll have to give you a clue. My hiding place is nearby that house over there. Well, he's not behind it. Up on this mountain. Little plateau. I don't know where he is and it keeps stopping. Try heading east next time. Is this not heading east? Is he up here? Down the roof. Oh, there he is. I found you. When will this end? still have time. Did I get stuck or something? I'm so confused what's happening. Oh, this is where he was before. Boo Boo Pharmacy. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Look further south. Oh, there he is. He's behind the rock. How does this involve Lon? How did that involve Lon? Oh no, that didn't involve Lon. That was just one of the random ones, and it just continued. What's this? I can claim this. Okay. Okay. Follow the treasure map. Didn't it show down you? Who are you? Miner. If I can get some things, I'll get some things.
I think I'm gonna...
Astronomer. What would she give me? Ooh, lamp grass. I needed those. Alright. Treasure map. Here we go. So it is here, but it's to the top left of here. So like around here-ish. Mark it with some meat. There's a circle underneath that water. I don't know if it's supposed to be marking fish or if it's like I have to drain this area somehow. There's something hidden underneath the water. There's a Geo Archon crystal underneath the water. I definitely need to drain it at some point.
I'll keep this close.
Oh, right here. A giant tree flourishing and lush. Within it holds a precious stash. Right in the middle, follow the road. Seek and all, and the riches shall be bestowed. With so many steps to climb for good measures, descend and you shall find the hidden treasure. Frog. There's so many things underneath the water. There has to be a way to drain that.
Frozen.
Windblade!
Verdict is...
Let's move it. It's time. Let's end this quickly. Stay right there.
Where did I go wrong?
Pancakes. Big pancakes. Put it together. Banana pancake. Ooh.
Let's end this quickly.
As a dutiful maid would, steady as stone.
Why doesn't this dude have like a health bar? Usually they have like health bars over their heads.
Animal test 6308. Animal hypostasis emulation.
Hey, this dude has a health bar next to him.
Let's move. Should get in this quickly.
That's not right. Absorption test.
This was well done.
Don't break my glasses.
Oh my god. They are beating my butt.
Tests appearing out of thin air?
Okay, I got it.
This needs research.
Give me a sec, I need to cook. And they need to eat.
I'll keep this close.
Okay. We did it. We did it. Got you?
Oh, yes! Yes! They have the audacity to go after anything! The 7 dragons, gods. No ancient artifact that relates can escape their greedy ambitions. Still, this time is different. Who do they think they are, going after the Abyss Order's treasures? Oh, Traveler, it's you.
Huh? Ganyu, what are you doing here with Lan? Do you have a commission you need to post?
Oh,
Hello.
such a tired puppy
We
next
were
to me.
just discussing the treasure hoarders.
Yes. We were just saying how even the audacious treasure hoarders should know better than to mess with the Abyss. It's just too evil.
But we recently received intel from the Ministry of Civil Affairs that 2 big-time treasure hoarders in Liyue and Mondstadt are planning some big joint operation.
2 big-time treasure hoarders?
Yes. They're known as Big Sis of the South and Raptor of the North.
Oh, Raptor! Paimon remembers he tried to run away from Amber in Mondstadt. But who is Big Sis of the South?
Is she the boss the treasure hoarders refer to?
You already know something then. I guess you must have crossed paths with the treasure hoarders many times before. You were correct. She's the head of the treasure hoarders in Liyue. As I understand it, the treasure hoarders all call her boss. Some say that the god of thieves even bestowed a gift upon her for her exploits, making her Big Sis of the gods. But that's probably just a wild rumor.
Anyway, the treasure hoarders discovered some previously unexplored ruins that the Abyss Order has been secretly guarding in the shadows. Despite how dangerous that makes it, all the treasure hoarders can think about is what kinds of treasure could be inside. They have already devised a plan. They will send out a decoy to divert the Abyss Order's forces away from the ruins, then send an expert thief inside to steal the treasure.
To this end, Big Sis and Raptor have reportedly recruited a certain Grand Thief from Fontaine.
Grand Thief? That's quite an impressive sounding title.
Oh, indeed. He is an extraordinary individual. The Grand Thief is highly respected in the treasure hoarders, in the same way that we adventurers look up to great adventurers.
Just like the great adventurer Stanley. Or Alice. I'm gonna say Alice because screw. I don't care about Stanley.
Ah, so you're familiar with the author of the Tevat Travel Guide then? Correct. The Grand Thief is someone as renowned as her. So, despite being relative big-timers in Liyue and Mondstadt, Big Sis and Raptor had to put in a lot of work to convince a thief of his status to come and personally oversee this operation.
With the major changes in Liyue recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Millelith already have their hands full. They don't have any time to investigate rumors about treasure hoarder activity. But anything related to the Abyss makes me feel like there is some unknown danger lurking beneath the surface. So I decided to come to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission.
Well, since I'm here...
Leave this commission to us!
Oh, thank you so much.
Good to see this in the hands of a reliable guild member. Well then, good luck. The guild will take care of the details of this commission.
Well, it seems like we're on the Archon quest. So it has something to do with the treasure hoarders. I still need to do the teapot called home, but I'll have to wait for next time. As it is 9 o'clock and we need to go raid someone. And like I said before, I'm probably just going to work on powering up my characters. Like off stream. Possibly. I might be too tired to. I want to see if I can make a wish. Because I got quite a bit of coin this time. No, but I'm halfway there. I'm halfway to doing a 10 pull. With 69 Primo gems left. So... let's see who's on, shall we? There's 7 people currently live. We got Super Auto Pets. We got Final Fantasy XIV. We got Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 and 2.5 Remix. We got Granny Simulator. Another Final Fantasy XIV. We got Resident Evil Village. And another Final Fantasy XIV. That's a lot of people playing Final Fantasy XIV. Seven people currently live. Who do I want to watch? I kind of want to see either Granny Simulator or Resident Evil Village. I'm not going to tell you who it is until I click on it. Oh, there's such a sleepy puppy next to me. It's so cute. Such a cute sleepy puppy. So what do you want to watch? Do you want to watch Granny Simulator or do you want to watch Resident Evil Village? Oh. I was gonna say Granny Simulator or Resident Evil Village, but Granny Simulator just turned into Phasmophobia. So now I'm leaning towards Resident Evil Village. Okay. So we're gonna watch Tiruyui. I'm not quite sure if they'll be streaming much longer, but we can still be nice to them as we're here. They're almost at 200 followers, which is amazing. So go check them out. They've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours already. So a little less than we have. But go check them out. Be nice. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna play tomorrow. But
Every single one of the concept arts.
I'll let you guys know in Discord once I figure it out.
Single one.
But I hope you guys have a good
And
night.
I just got it. Cool.
And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Alright. What's the other one?
Bye bye. Bye.